Hello, welcome back to day 2 of the Odin Holiday Game Jam. Let's see here. What are we gonna do today? So I can just show during the night while I was sleeping. People have been posting lots of fun things. I mean, throughout the whole jam, people have been posting nice things. But you know, there's been a bunch of stuff happening. Like you have this nice game with this underground overground stuff going on here. Two different how to say. Well, you're up above and underground as well at the same time, but controlling different characters. And Akkuspel's interesting German game, and there's some Vulcan stuff going on, and someone with a little spaceship, My Stupid Cat, some sock game, some top-down kind of game, some grid-based stuff going on. This is yesterday when people started getting started, but during the night also, this is what I had at the end of yesterday. I spent a lot of yesterday fighting with Box 2D, so I didn't get as far as I wanted, but we'll see today. So I have up here with some other streamers. Currently it's only one in the announcement channel, and on each page there is other streamers also doing the jam. But I don't think any of the other ones are online right now. And yeah, so there's like this nice maze. It's like a Wolfenstein 3D style thing going on here. I like the FPS 6000, very good. Some more Vulcan stuff, some interesting some zombie thing. Someone made some nice menus. And yeah, and here's the sock party with conversation. So people doing all these nice things. I'm very happy that there's such nice activity going on. Some isometric stuff. And this is, yeah, within the first day people have made all this. And then this person, Kebab Skull, is actually up here in the corner doing this live right now, which looks very cool, very nice and juicy. And Dalin TG has been streaming this kind of game, which is sort of like some horde thing, but also some kind of tank thing. Some digging going on. Some map. I guess this, you go underground in this hole here. Very nice. And this one looks cool. It's a tree with roots. You need to nurture the trees somehow. And the German parameters. And then this is some kind of underground, overground perspective thing going on, and all that. So that's all the stuff that's been posted so far. Very fun to see all that. Let's see, I'm gonna post something here. Like that. Let's change this to live chat. Let's go over here. Right. Gonna post this on Twitter as well. So I'll show my game in a bit, what I've been doing. Gonna post a link on Twitter and stuff. I did manage to sleep. That's good. If you don't sleep, how are you gonna get anything done? And then maybe also right. So now we'll look at what I've been doing. So this is the wrong one. This is my notes from when I got started. So it's not much yet because I spent a lot of time fighting with Box 2D, but you have this funny cat and you can sort of click on different places and that will sort of make it topple over and stuff. We use Box 2D and it's been, so each game jam I do, well, I haven't done many game jams in a long while, but I usually try to do something, either challenge myself with doing different gameplay than I usually do, or use technology I'm not used to. So this game jam, I'm trying to integrate Box 2D with because I've used 2D engines in big game engines like Unity, but doing it like with Raylib in a more minimalistic way is interesting. It does add some complexity that you can watch yesterday's stream if you want to look at some of that added complexity. But yeah. So we're gonna start today with going over the code just because it's me being tired yesterday and we're just gonna go over it and clean some stuff up and see what we have, essentially. Hold on. I'm gonna adjust this. And for those who don't know, the design document is of course this and this. So this is gonna be the bat for smacking the cat. I'm not sure if it's gonna be like, just like a platformer game or maybe more like a golf game. We're gonna see today. Everything is gonna happen today. That's my prediction. Okay, so we have here this file, game.odin. So we're gonna split some stuff out from here to make things a little bit nicer. So we're gonna go to the bottom. I've been annoyed with these because this is related to my hot reloading, and these don't need to be here. I can make a new file instead, paste them in here, package game, save them, and write it as like game API.odin or at least API.odin or something. That should still work. Well, of course it doesn't work if we don't import maybe these shouldn't do anything. Let's just pass on stuff here. So this file is just doesn't have any dependencies. Good morning, everyone. Sebastian, Rentatent, Oreo, Kenny, and Chris. How you doing? I'm just doing some gardening in my code for the starters. I have my coffee. And yeah. I have no idea what's going on up here in the stream. Someone doing some Amiga stuff now. Three shots espresso. Is that how you measure time? By how many espresso shots you're done? free espresso shots into Game Jam. I will import Railibir, import RL vendor. I was thinking this would be like an API thingy, but yeah. Oh yeah, of course this game init also. So this should then just be called init instead. Is there anything else? Oh, there's actually a bunch of things. These guys, I'm just trying to clean up a bit, so because I noticed that I was getting a bit lost yesterday in my code. No. Well, that one can be like that. I just toss it out. Init window. This, toss it there like that. Maybe that works. Here we go. See if we can do a full reboot of the game. Yeah, I'm building the game as a DLL. It's hot reload things going on, so I was just trying to move things apart a bit. The game, so because I can make changes to the game as it's running. For example, where is the clear background here? For example, look at the 255 rebuild, and then it changes. Wow. I tend to do stuff using that a lot. It doesn't support, changing struct sizes, because then the memory layout changes, but it's still nice for tweaking gameplay procedures and stuff. It really saves me a lot of time. Sometimes I do, when I'm making some things, I actually sit with hot reload. Like I've had the whole streams, like 2-hour streams, where I don't restart the game a single time because I'm just working on a single little thing. Yeah. Anyways, we are gonna do something here now. Maybe we'll put the game up here, put the game up there, or maybe it can be down here, or maybe next to my face. Not sure. Trying to save some. I upped my screen DPI a bit because I was having a bit of lack of space. So we move the API out, api.odin, like that. I don't think there should be an export left in here now. Nope, good. Gonna run to that folder. I don't love splitting things up for the sake of it, but I just thought that these are so, I don't know, these looked very split upable. Right. Here's my debug drawing I tried to do yesterday that didn't work. Oh, you did an Angry Birds clone using Box2D and Odin. That sounds good. What did you use for rendering? Debug draw solid. Ah, really nice. So it's you sort of run into the same. I guess you also did you do similar to me with the coordinate system flips? Did you make your whole game using the Box2D direction of Y and then just flip it on render? Is that's what I'm doing kind of. I could do the other way around, of course, as well, I think, and keep everything in Railib's coordinate system and flip whenever I interact with Box2D. But it feels like you're gonna fetch things from Box2D in the middle of gameplay code. So it feels better to flip it on render. Okay, that's reassuring then. Thank you. because I was a bit unsure, like what's actually the best way to do this. It's a bit of a, I think if you do this in a big like game where you want to, if I were to ship something with Box2D, I would probably wall off Raylib a bit more to make sure that the flip, like I would just probably wrap whole of Raylib just to make sure that everything is correct no matter what API, part of the Raylib API I use. Right. Yeah, I actually, after you have good tips from yesterday. So yesterday I was very tired and a bit grumpy with everything, but I mean, what I did in the end was just, I made everything smaller and then I put in 10 times zoom here. So I made everything 10 times smaller and then made a zoom 10 times and that works fine. So now I have this, and this is actually, it looks similar to yesterday, but this thing here is 1 unit and it has a sensible mass now. It's like 5 kg, which is, it's easier to like check your assumptions by being like, okay, it's the size of, it's the weight of a normal cat. That's a good start, if that's what we're going for. I'm still not really sure about the units of my impulse. Like, I take the distance times 20, but that's all gonna change anyways. So, what more are we doing here? This debug drawing did not work. I found a bug in debug draw here. There was like there was one more proc inside this struct than the header had, so it crashed whenever I used debug draw. But then I tried to use it, I still couldn't get it to work. It just did nothing, and I'm not really sure. It just didn't run any of my procedures. I tried to make a debug draw my capsule, so I just fudged it. And I'm not sure what the problem there is. Let's just hoist this away into a separate file and forget about it. This is debug draw.odin. Now we take all these, and I will just ignore these for now. I will come back to this if I need it again later. You never got it working either, like, because so yeah, for me there was one proc too many in here compared to the C header, so it crashed whenever I used it. So I fixed that. I just removed the one that was extra, but it still doesn't do anything. So I think there's still some kind of issue with it. So we're just gonna comment that out and toss it aside. But with hot reload, you know, I can tweak the size of things quite quickly and just make sure it sort of seems to behave. So it's not that bad, I guess. Another funny thing yesterday is that I had to make, I copied Box2D into my own I made my own copy of Box2D from vendor because I wanted a DLL version, but I had to like, oh, my shirt is a bit open here. Good thing the camera is so high. I'm trying to show skin. I copied Box2D because I needed a version of the lib that supported that was like I needed a DLL version of it because it seems to keep some global state. So with hot reload, usually global state inside the lib needs to that state being killed when you restart. We reload the DLL. So you want, for example, Raylib, I use a DLL version, but then I needed that for Box2D as well. So I busted out CMake yesterday in the middle of the stream. It was something. What is, oh, have I not put all of them in here? Cannot assign. This must be some other error here. Ah, okay. I need to import core C. Let's be a bit more tidy today. So now that worked. Because everything was a bit funny yesterday. So let's just add back our vet and our strict style. I like coding with that, I think. Maybe I will go crazy immediately and be like, no, then I can't experiment. Need that. Don't need that. There you go. So we clean that up a bit. Okay, let's see more here. Game memory. We have some kind of player. I guess we need like a player struct. Well, is it really the player? It's more like the. Yeah, I'm gonna wait with that a bit because I'm gonna add in an extra sort of thing here. Another, how to call it? An extra. Physics body or something like that. So we'll see. Right. So we have the camera, player, pause, update, color wall. What's this? Yeah, this is all a bit how you doing right now. Maybe let's make let's try that. Roundcat.odin. Here we go. Now we're getting there. Woolwee says they're missing cooldowns, random targeting, and game art from the game, and that the game art will be the most difficult. Maybe you can open up your favorite drawing program and just make a place, like spend 5 minutes on making a placeholder art and then go to the other things, because then the other things will be more fun to do if you just have something there, even though it looks terrible. So just add some, instead of having like boxes, and maybe you already have some placeholders in that case. Good. But if you don't, if you just have spheres and stuff, just draw something that's ugly and put it in. I think that's might be a good idea, just to make sure you have all the drawing of things going on. Then you feel like, oh, I want to iterate on that. So this is sort of, this stuff goes in here. So we have we're just doing some setup here, or some cleanup. Everybody loves some cleanup. Rund with 2 ends. Rund. Round. There's gonna be round cat, it's gonna be long cat, and then it might be evil cat as well. We'll see. Let's see here, we have the atlas going on in game memory. Maybe we'll do like this also. Atlas is a rl.texture2d. Let's put our global atlas there, and then we go to game hot reloaded. Refresh globals. What I'm doing here? Weird stuff. Go down here. Where do I load the atlas? There. Oh, it runs game hot reloaded there. Oh, that's good. So then we can just write Atlas here instead and blah, 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 blah. So this will then do something like this. Player body, shape, def, capsule. Is this all related to the player, right? So people who were getting the heebie-jeebies from my coding yesterday, now we're just making it a bit tidy. So we can continue with our life. Body equals body, shape equals shape. So we will do like this. Like that. I think that's good enough. Import B2. I don't know why. I'm gonna do something here. Nah, that's fine. I was thinking of moving box 2D into the game folder since it's only used by game. Why not? Wait, what's the lib? Oh yeah. So we go here and we put it there instead. Then we can just do this. And we change this one. Because I mean the main game, the exe won't use it. So it's only used by the this thing. It's only used by the game, so it can be in a game folder. Okay, player position. This thing is like that, I guess. Something like that. I didn't return. I was like, what's it complaining about? Like that. Toss in the parameter there. Right, and then we need this. Put that in there. Put that. This is more like I was closings and stuff because I had lots of things going on. Round cat update proc rc is a round cat. Let's see if I regret all this splitting things up, because sometimes it makes it harder to do things. This you don't need. Need to pull in raylib here. Yeah, forgotten to there you go. Well, that still works. How did that work, by the way? I'm not... Like if I reset this, it then crashes, because this is not set up properly yet. Right. Oh, that was funny. It just worked because I put this thing at the exact same spot where I had this, so the memory size didn't change, and everything worked, but it wasn't actually initialized at all. This should work. Didn't work. Well, box 2D is probably not set up yet. What is actually going up on in this? Yeah, I'm just on some other streamer now. I don't understand Twitch. It just started showing me something else. This is not the one I was watching. I guess when someone shuts down their stream, it just starts showing some other stream. What's up with that? I think he just shut down his stream. And yeah. But then just Twitch started playing another stream without asking me. I thought he was showing something else. I don't understand things. See if anyone else is streaming. No. Oh well. So, is everything working now? I think so. Yes. Okay, that's enough cleanup for now. I'll do more as I go. So what we're gonna do now is add in another physics body thing that sort of acts like a bat. I'm gonna add something that looks like this, roughly. And that's gonna be our bat for what's this random cat scratching videos here. Right. So how do we do that? Let's start with adding in the new sort of, let's draw something first. Everybody loves when something is drawn first. Well, it will be like 48 times 12 maybe, but the other way. Yeah, you also had a sausage cat. Yeah, it's quite popular. Yeah, there is some really huge one. Let's see. Here's the round cat. Okay, good. It uses those colors. Maybe we'll do something else here. I just have this funny color scheme going on here. In the design document. By design document, I mean that I fetched a cat from the shelf behind me. Staring at it while I paint. Maybe we should do like that. Amazing. There's a Pikachu now. Like a pig. It's a bit of a... Maybe it needs to be 1 pixel wider. Sometimes it's nice to have an odd number of pixels. Wait, what is happening there? I think I scaled it rather than change the canvas size. Maybe actually it should be 1. I think the other way around is better. Canvas size 11. And then we just move this in once. Remove that. these feetsies in like that. And then we can move this eye over here, that one there. And then it's supposed to have some kind of arms that go up like this. Put those in another color. We'll just try that again. These are sort of like that. Ugh. Terrible. A bit low on space there. Maybe I'll do it differently than the model I have. Ugh. This is hard to do on so few pixels. We just keep it like that for now. Also, why did I oh yeah, I shrunk it because I wanted, well, that's just because if I trim it now and the camera size is 9 by 46. Oh well, that's good enough for now. That's our little placeholder, at least. Maybe it's the final one, who knows? Make longcat.odin. Very important. Package game. Package get a lot of animation in. We can start with the drawing proc. Always nice to start with drawing proc. Long cat draw. This will be similar to this one, to the round cat. Essentially, we can steal this, I think. We can write long cat instead here. So I'm using my Atlas builder, so this will, by just putting the asprite file in that textures folder, when it builds the game, it will pick that up and put it into the Atlas and make some metadata that I can use. That's why I can just fetch it like that without doing anything more. And we're gonna fix these magic constants here. Yeah, we don't have a body yet, so we can ignore that. Let's just fake a position for now. Let's write something. And then we import RL. You see, I'm trying to be nice and keep things in nice separate files and stuff. But we'll see if I go mad or not from it. It's like I watched Randy trying to split his Odin game up into separate files. And then he got sad. There it is, down there. So now I think we need, so that one is going to have a body, and it's going to sort of going to swing from a hinge almost. That's in the middle, and it's going to smack this one so it flies away. Something like that. Maybe it needs to be a bit bigger, but we'll see. So let's just add the body. We'll steal this stuff here. I guess we can already do this then. And write. Yeah, it's very similar to. Maybe from all this there will fall out some kind of generic entity with something on it, but we're not gonna make those assumptions yet. I wouldn't have box 2D in here. Right, we're not using the angle yet. Let's maybe add a little add some box 2D utils stuff here. Box 2D, we say body angle proc is a b2.body id. Because I think box 2D is a library. It's a 2D physics engine, but it comes as it's sort of quite nice and small minimalistic thing. So it's quite nice. I mean, I think it's quite popular in many 2D games that need rigid body physics. Andu Singh asks an unrelated question. What's the best way to learn the architecture of Odin's compiler? Are there blog stocks, or is it better to just dive into code and understand it? I have worked in a bit in it. I mean, I only fix a few bugs in the compiler. The best way, if you want to learn how the code of the compiler itself works, is to go to the GitHub, find the issue that sounds easy enough, try to reproduce in your computer, and make sure you have a debugger working so you can debug the compiler. If it's maybe you can start with some crash issue, like maybe an issue on the GitHub that crashes. You dig around in there and you try to find why it crashes. Usually before a crash you can catch it in a debugger and look around in that area, and then you can try to fix that and put in a pull request maybe. And then you can try doing more and more complicated things like that require more digging around. That's what I did, and it works fine. No, it doesn't return anything, this procedure. I was like, oh, it's not working. B, like that, no problem. Then we just say, here we can just say then instead, body angle. LC.body, we don't have to do all this crap here. That's sort of the body angle I need to draw. It is in degrees. Maybe I could, like that. Maybe that's better. Then round cat pose. So this is more of a this round cat pose is more of a goes in here again. So it's more of a body pose. That doesn't do much, does it though? Because you just need to be like B is a B to the body ID. I mean, we just do that. Right. So now that has a, I think that will crash or something because the thing is not set up correct. So we need to take this stuff also. Right. Long cat make. This creates a long cat. This is like a long cylinder now. So we say it's a dynamic body. We give it an initial position of 0, 0. That's okay. Maybe I will like move it away a bit. Then we create the body. See all these things. The radius is smaller. How much smaller? Half, I would say. But it's much longer. So we do like, how much longer? We will see. It's probably like -7, like that. Then we return that. Does this compile? Yes, but it crashes, of course. So in init then, we go down here and we say, we make the long cat. Like good, and then we just need to, when we draw it, draw here. I'm currently passing nothing. I did that because I didn't have anything to pass. Okay. It might be far away somewhere because I realized I put -10, which is -20. So we just put like 2. No, yeah, sure, -2, whatever. Here it is. Can I roll into it or something? The physics. This is what I wanted. This is, yeah, this is gonna, this is gonna be something eventually. So now I can tweak the sizes of these guys. This needs to be longer. 1.2. It's so long. Longer. Because I guess it's in the middle and it's going up, right? So. Because I can. Yeah, that looks. It should be a tiny bit longer. So this is, I don't have the debug rendering. I just do this until it's correct instead. Fast to restart anyways. 0.8. I'm sorry any pixel art purists for this. This is gonna be hell for you because I will be rotating things and squeezing pixel art, and it's not a pure pixel art purist kind of game. AKCSE asks, do you recommend Box2D for top-down view? I would not recommend Box2D unless you actually need rigid body physics. Do not use it. If you just need to do like top-down, like intersection tests, or like if you just need simple physics where you can't walk into a wall, like I want this because I want this stuff to happen, right? If you don't need this kind of crazy rigid body stuff, then you write your own stuff. It's much better. It will be much easier in the end. Like, it might feel a bit tricky at the start. Yeah, projectiles. If you're just gonna do an intersection, I mean, for starters, your projectile could just be like you could put a box on it, and then you put a box on the thing you want to hit, and then you compare them using check. You have in Raylib these. Check collision recs. This returns true if two rectangles overlap. If you need to push something out of a wall, then you can use get collision rec to get the overlap rectangle and sort of try to push them apart a bit. The game I have on Steam, Cat and Onion, uses only it uses this, and it has like very reliable. I do like fixed step physics on the main character also, so it can't fall through walls and stuff. One thing that helps a lot is when you're resolving the physics is to first resolve in like Y, so you only add velocity in the Y direction, check all the collisions and move it out of collision, then you add the velocity in X direction, check all the collisions and fix it. Otherwise you get these weird things where it tries to move in two directions at once, and your stuff can start jittering a lot when it's near a corner and stuff. Yeah, Box2D doesn't simplify anything. Box2D only makes everything more complicated. So you should avoid it, but if you want rigid body physics, then you can try using it. But it does make, yeah, it does make everything more complicated. I mean, essentially you're adding a whole 2D physics engine. So you're adding a huge middleware, and that middleware sort of is also like, you know, they have like recommendations that you, for example, don't use if you're using dynamic things like this. They have recommendations that they are between like 0.1 and 10 units, which is meters in their system, but the size of them should be within that range. And that's quite problematic sometimes. Hi Bill, how you doing? Yeah, Box2D DLL version to vendor would be great for the hot reload. I had my little yeah, I was on the stream yesterday. I whipped out CMake and built my own DLL. I never use CMake. I don't use build systems, so I was just like, chat, help me. I don't know what this thing is. So yeah. Yeah, I assume that it wouldn't rely on global memory at all, because I mean Raylib obviously does it because you have magic state that's kept. Also like Sokol, for example, it's quite obvious that it uses global memory, but it seems when you just look at, I was assuming, like you go to init here, like I'm like, okay, this, like we create a world here and then we pass that world everywhere. How can all the state not be in there? But maybe it has acceleration structures or something that are global, or something that get. I guess it's something like that. I wish that any library that has, like I think it's fine if a library uses globals in order to make the API, like if you want to make the API a bit more straightforward, so you don't have to pass a thing around everywhere, like you don't have to pass a Raylib state blob to every single proc, that's fine, but they should provide maybe like they should internally have some kind of state blob that you can fetch and then just reset it later. So you can just like restore the state. Like if you have global state inside a lib, maybe it's nice to have some way to that it's like dynamically inside a dynamically allocated blob or something, and you can fetch that and reset it later or something. So you can transfer your state to somewhere else if you didn't want to. Whee! Okay. So now this thing needs to be on a hinge and hit this thing. So this is sort of our golf club. And I think I will need to disable, this will only, this shouldn't collide with walls maybe later. We shall see. I will remove that other wall for now, this one. Also this ground thing is just silly. I should just do this. So I've been looking, Bill, at your. It's very interesting the 2D lib you were doing for rendering, because I think that's like that was for like doing web compatible native Odin, but a bit, I guess it's a bit Raylib style, but yeah, for making video games. I think that would be great if something like that came along, because then I think if Odin had its own, yeah, WASM first and desktop second. But it's quite nice with the new sort of web stuff. I looked a bit at the web GPU stuff, and that you can run it without having to write a separate render backend on the desktop. So yeah. Seems pretty cool, because that's, you know, what everyone was asked. Lots of people asked in the start of this yesterday. They were like, "Oh, can I export to web easily?" I'm like, no, but I'm sure not. There's no super easy way right now, unless you make your own web GPU or WebGL renderer, kind of. If you want to make it neat. But that would be super cool to have the Odin, something for the Odin community. I'm sure there would be more. Like maybe someone wants to make like a, maybe someone at some point wants to make like a Raylib 3D, just load models, display some models, shade something shaders that works with WASM and web GPU or something. Yeah, WASM isn't that great to begin with. Yeah, I guess it's not. The memory allocation, I don't know what the big, I just know the memory, like you don't have access to the same, you don't have access to virtual memory, for example, and stuff. So you have to do something else there. Okay, let's move this guy over here. And that's always the question, right? Is WASM good enough so that one wants to write native things and have a native Odin library and all those things? To avoid having to cater to mscripten, because currently, you know, lots of the core stuff doesn't work with mscripten. Or should one try to make mscripten work? Is like, I don't know. Being able to just do like exports of 2D Raylib games is pretty cool, but maybe it's not worth it for supporting mscripten. La la la. Okay, round cat. This guy is going over here instead. Yeah, this is what we want. So now we're gonna add a hinge here. I'm gonna, right. How is that gonna work? I have no idea. I'm not 2D physics guy. Is it a... Yeah, let's try this actually. So we take the... Well, not the round cat, it's the long cat we're gonna give a hinge. So we move it up a bit. Yeah, so you see it falls down. And then we're gonna try to hang it on a hinge somehow. That's my current goal. Is that a joint? Default distance joint definition, mouse joint. Revolute joint, I guess. Weld joint, wheel joint. What is a revolute joint? It sounds... Oh, here we go, we've got some documentation. This requires defining an anchor point where the bodies are joined. The definition uses local. Is it possible to get like a... What's a weld joint? Okay, but can you make a joint just to a fixed point in the... Maybe that's not what a joint is supposed to do, but that's what I want. I just want a point that it hangs on, sort of. Weld joint. Mm-hmm. Well. I am gonna eat something, because it's lunch. I'm gonna leave these guys on the screen here. And mute this for a while. Let's add a little text. Right, that. Okay, see you in a bit. I'm gonna go. I have rice ready. I'm just gonna heat some stuff up. See you later. Hello, 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 I'm back. I have eaten. So, nice things happening here on the Discord server. Smilex is doing... by the way, there's a list of... In the announcements here, there's a list of streamers. So there's 6 streamers now. The 2 that are currently active, I think, is Smilex here and Kebab Skull. And, yeah... So nice, Chris PHP is doing this amazing root growing thing. Blob is doing runner jumper. Says they're gonna add some graphics and stuff soon. Very nice. I'll add some texturing. I mean, this is graphics. It's just not textured. And then Robert is doing a Christmas shopping crowd simulator or something like that. So there's some kind of, you draw some kind of paths, and these kind of things are sort of flop. I think they're despawning here and going around to this point here. Stuff like that. Fun to see. Everyone's doing great. So, what were we doing? We were trying to figure out some kind of... Because we have this right now, right? Because you can start the game again here. So we have this stupid thing, and this thing can knock over that. But now I want to add a hinge instead to this thing, or something like that. I'm not exactly sure how to do that. Maybe I should Google that. The nice thing about Box2D is it's popular, so it's fairly Googleable. Like you can like Box2D fixed hinge or something. Okay, some C++ tutorial. Let's just have a quick look. Right, revolute. A hinge or pin with it. I think I want a revolute. Unless because I want it sort of to be like a hinge thingy. So you make a joint definition, then you create the joint. And I guess I might need a static... I need 2 bodies. I will need to make an extra body that's just... It's just a point. That's... I think that's what I need. Because you can't just attach it to nothing. But we'll do that. We'll, down here, maybe, here, we'll do like a hinge body is a b to the default body def. Hello everyone's Luna. Hello everyone, welcome back. Hinge body dot position is for this is I just hard coding this now. I will put in so this cat will spawn in different places like a golf club almost. So I will make it nice later. I remove the Wacom tablet for now. Keep the pen. You always keep your Wacom pen because otherwise you lose it on your black pen on your black table. So we should probably put it at 2 or something like that because it's a bit further up. And then hinge body dot type. I mean the hinge is the joint, but this is sort of the hinge point. Can a static body maybe? I would guess. So this is the hinge body def. And then we have a hinge body is a b2.3. Why didn't I turn up? Wait, I'm gonna do something here. Project, yeah. Auto complete off false. I don't like, because now I can still do this. I can press Control space. I thought. I thought so at least, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's a silly OLS setting. Enable format snippets documents. I don't know. It's just a bit annoying how it pops up like that. Like that. I don't want that. Restart Sublime, see if it helps. Oh well. Because it's supposed to be, we go into settings, I'm going to look at this. Autocomplete. Yeah. I thought I would turn it off also for the... Hello, Vapandris, who couldn't join. I don't know where... you were asking if there would be a similar jam sometime. We'll see. No, nothing decided. But it's quite fun to organize, so probably. Maybe I'll do a longer jam also, like so people can join for like one day if they want, or they can do like a 1 week, like, because the funny thing is when you do weekends, there is a funny thing with weekends because you think everyone has time then, but actually people who have kids, I think they usually have more time in like weekday evenings, because then they're just like, oh yeah, now I had a few hours. But on the weekend they're all out doing something sometimes, or like they have a plans in the weekend. Quite often it's like that. Okay, so this thing was telling me to make a joint definition. So let's do like hinge joint definition b2.default revolute joint def. Okay, I'm gonna I'm very annoyed by the LSP stuff. I've fixed this before, but for some reason it has something is different. Like I like OLS and the stuff, but I want it when I press a button, not constantly. I think it's one of these. Enable this. All these names don't mean anything to me. Enable hover snippets format. Well, this one I don't even use, but I don't think it works. Document symbols. What does that mean? Well, of course that's not what it means. No. Okay, how do I make this stop appearing automatically? Oh. I'm gonna go to OLS docs and have a look. La 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 la. Enable procedure. Maybe it's this one. False. Say. Nope. Why do I keep closing my LSP settings? Hello, in Julie. Thanks for the congrats, Vapandris. Oh, this funny list here is added words to my. This is from my editing my book. Funny words. Oh well, if anyone uses this stuff and knows how to, if anyone knows how to make it stop, because I think this used to work. Autocomplete false. It's in my project settings. I mean, maybe I can put it in the global settings like this. Maybe that works. I don't know. No, it still autocompletes when I do a dot. It's very. Oh well. Hinge joint def dot body ID A is, that's the body, and hinge joint def dot body ID B is so annoying. I mean, I don't know if it's updated Sublime, they've broken the autocomplete off or something. Because I thought that worked before you set it false and then it stops doing that. Just autocomplete true, maybe it's this thing. Yes, that was it. So I was assuming the project file overrides everything, but apparently the syntax specific settings override it. So I blame the Sublime prematurely there. Well, a bit weird though. The priority order of it is a bit weird, but so this is much better because now I just hinge joint, like, okay, and I press tab, dot, and then it's like so much less. I just get stressed by all this like chaos on the screen constantly. Right. So then I create my joint. Create joint. I'm just gonna leak this here for now, like that. It's up there. What happens if we? Whoops. Okay, it's a bit high up. Oh yeah, so I think I need a local offset. So the middle of it is currently, I think maybe 1.5 was good, but we need a hinge joint def dot, there's some local anchor. Maybe we do this one HB and this one body, and here we say like 0, 1 or something. Oh. No, HB, and here we do it like that. Minus. That's a bit better. Minus 1.7. Wait, the local anchor should be on the body, not local anchor B. And then I think the sign is reversed. Oh, amazing. So stupid. Okay, so now we're gonna remove control from this guy. So we're gonna make it so that this thing smacks this instead. Maybe I'll move the joint down like a tiny bit. Or actually, yeah, move the joint, not the... Whee! Whee! Okay, good. So now we're gonna go to round cat. I'm gonna commit this to my Git repository. What's it called? Long cat. Long that, whatever. Oh, and I tried to push, and there's nothing to push to. So now we remove this thing here. Maybe we just steal this code and go to longcat and be like longcat update. I just give it an impulse. It's attached to a joint. It will kind of work. It will not be perfect, but we'll try. Yes. Okay, now. It's amazingly stupid. So the further away I click, like if I click here, it doesn't do anything. But if I click here, then it, yeah, that works. Let's move the long cat down a bit again. I think the density of this long thing needs to be a bit higher, so it double the density of it. Maybe it can be bouncy also, so it's like that. Bam! That's quite good. Bam! It just needs a higher impulse then, since it's heavier. Like that. Poof! Became a funny round ball. Okay, it's a bit strong. So maybe that density was a bit crazy. Maybe something in between, like this. Oh yeah, I haven't. Oh well. Oh well. Dun, 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 dun. Right. Let's also make it maybe so that... we'll do that later. I was thinking of making it so this thing can collide with walls. It should only be possible to collide with... Oh, look at here. Look what Kebab Skull is doing. It gets dark. It's Sweden. That's what happens. Darkness happens. Including math to get the floor. Look at this stuff. It looks amazing. This person is very good at making things that look very... He started this morning, I think. I don't know if he did anything yesterday. Very efficient person. Meanwhile, I have this. Right. So what I want to do now is... I want to add some kind of gameplay thing here where I can... I just move the mouse and it's sort of... That's Kebab Skull. There's a list on the itch page and on the Discord server. So I can link the... It's this one. And then the other one to the right is this one. But yeah, Kebab Skull is the one that's the 3D, 2D 3D game. See what... this person is having food time. Okay, so now we will track the mouse somehow and make it so that I can... you see this swing up before, and then there's a maximum... I quite like this though, that I can go backwards. How can I... Because I could make it so you can swing up and then release, but I quite like... being able to do the opposite as well. How can I do that? So I would then have like this pulls up here. This pulls up here. Release. Okay, let's start with that and see where we get. Yeah, Kebab Skull also uses Odin. I think that's just Raylib 3D. So that the streamers I have on screen are other people participating in this game jam. I just, whenever they're online, I try to put some fun things happening up here. Some other things, some other streamers. Kebab Skull has started using Odin last week. So it's very, very impressive how quickly that person has learned stuff. I think he made things in Godot before, but hasn't used like a low-level language like Odin in a long time. So it's very impressive to see someone just whip together these kind of things. Yeah. So we are going to do something like this. I'm gonna add a little state here. Swinging Well, actually, we can skip that. We can do something like this. Body pos. Let's just draw a little debug thing here. rl.draw circle v at pp radius 1 rl.rel. I just want to see where it is. Okay, so it's there. 0.2. So that's where this is. But if we add a bit to it, -1 maybe. Oh, I mean, well, yeah, it's gonna be a minus sign there later because now I'm doing the raylib. So that's sort of the bottom. That's the point we want to track, and we want to move the mouse to sort of we want to make sure. This is. Let's see how easy this is to do. Because we have something like this. We have the body pos, right? And then we have feet pos is -0, 1.5. And then we get the mouse world position like that. And the distance, well, not the distance, but MP to FP is this. So that's the distance from where the mouse currently is to this point here. And then let's remove this for now. Okay, there's some maths gonna happen here. I need to let's see what I need to do. I'm gonna draw a bit. So what I need is, like, when the, say that this thing is like this, and this here is the point, and my mouse is over here, then I need to make a line between the top of this. This would be some vector math stuff here. So a line between these two. And on that line I need to put this position, this distance, same distance down here. What? Yeah, so this same distance here. So I don't actually need to project it. I just need to get this, take this point and the direction towards this point and add this distance, the same distance that's down to here. And then I know where this point should be, and then I can calculate using some trig. I can calculate the angle this should have. Yeah, and I can set the rotation, I think. So we'll try that. I'm gonna try maths. So we have. So this is actually the distance to the hinge point. So we make a long cat hinge point. So proc that takes this thing. We can take the current position. Actually, I should just do this. Hinge body to be to the body ID, and I save this in here. I save it here. Hinge body, like that, and I can fetch that position. Hinge body pos is body pos of. Like that. FP, what was the point of this? Hinge from the mouse, no, from the hinge. That, so that's the mouse to hinge. No, like hinge to mouse. Rather. And then if we look back at our image, we just need to normalize that. So that makes this as a vector that's one long. And then we need to know we need to know the distance. Wait, what is it we need to do? Do I actually even need to? Can I just calculate based on this direction here? If I have that like that, then I could calculate an angle based on that, I think. This is in radians, so this pi? That looks correct. It's just off by, because raylib 0 is sort of upwards, so it's times dig 2. Didn't I have that? Didn't I have that? I have this thing. How can it not find this? Zero. I think you need a minus there as well. Maybe. We'll see. Then we do b2.set set fixed rot. No. Body rotation. Gonna be right back. Gonna turn off a thing. Okay, so okay, you can set the whole transform of it. Like that, and then we say this the body, and then you say body pos, body, and then we need to create one of those funny rotation. How do we do that? How do we create one of those rotations just from a... What's this called? Okay, what returns a rot? Make rot. Like... Okay, so we want this one. Does this take radians? Yes. Okay, then we don't need any of this. We just have that one. Put that there. Toss that inside there. Okay, now it's doing... something. Seems a bit broken. Aha, maybe it's because... Yeah, I can't... It's not rotating around the correct thing, I think. Maybe I can do something like this instead. Maybe I can mess with the joint instead. What's this funny thing? So now we need the joint in here as well. So we just say angle, comma, angle here. Maybe. Because that would... Oh. No, okay. Is enable limit. Yeah, maybe we need to enable the limit also. There we go. That's more like it. It's just... just off by some amount, but we'll fix that. It's also wobbling a bit strangely. The angle is wrong, is what I'm saying. Minus something like that, I think. Well, no, minus math pi divided by 2, I think. Maybe plus. It smacks it every time I start the game. Wow. Wait, what's happening? Why is it... Oh, because it was a feedback effect. Funny. Yeah, of course it's... I should... Wait. What is it I want here? Wanted to... Because it looks like it's off by 90 degrees. It's that's half a pi. Oh, did this hang? I don't know. It's weird. Because okay, this looks correct. Then I guess there's some kind of... Oh yeah, when these become the same, isn't there like a... So we're having the mouse from the hinge point to the mouse point, and then they're here. And I think the a10 function. Hello, match. Hello, Ian and everyone. I think the a10 procedure. How is it now again? Am I doing the wrong math here? Because when it gets here, then what? Yeah, what? I don't know. I guess I'm going for. Need to use physics to smack this thing around and stuff. I should really just fake this. This shouldn't like. I shouldn't use. Maybe I shouldn't use the joint at all. At this point, well, we'll try some more. It's time to make coffee soon. I'm just trying to get out of my... You see what happened there. How do I do that in a better way? So I have... I think it's dividing by 0, right? Because what is an a10 function? Because the a10 2 Yeah, it sort of jumps, so you get to if x becomes 0. I can look at what this thing does also. 8 Okay, so this one does if x is 0, then returns x. If it's blah blah blah. There are some different variations. I think it's just I need. This is a. I think I did this in. Wait, I'm gonna open another project. I have. For my first person adventure, I did stuff like this. Didn't I do like a nice camera thingy in here? Maybe not. Whatever. So when it is equal or bigger to me trying to do math on stream. Wrap. What's this? Oh, so it's a difference between two angles. Check something here. Yeah. So here we'll go minus above minus pi, and then it loops around. How is I fix that again? Because I can't check if this is less than minus pi, because that's already the value I get. I will make coffee and think about it. Stumped by basic trig, as usual. Dun dun dun. Be right back. Be right back. Hello, hello, hello. There we go. So we were doing some maths here. Let's just check what people are doing first. Right. So we're back to my silly angle stuff. I had some problems basic trig here. So let's just check first. Up here is that's 0. Right. Oh, my keyboard is rebooted. Amazing. So I think my keyboard is glitchy. Sometimes it I think that's the wrong way around, maybe. I'm just looking at the numbers here and trying to work out this is. Works perfectly. So 0 there. Pi is here. Next to that. So I think essentially what you need to do here is something like this. If angle is less than 0. No, if it's more than, because see here. If angle is more than math.pi, then it should be like angle equals is minus angle plus math. I'm just trying to remap it to a nicer range here. So then we go like this. Bam. That was mine. That looks wrong. Wait a minute. Yeah. But wait, that's wrong. Is it something like this maybe? So you're down here. Then you want it to become like, here you want it to be minus pi. Okay, so if it is I think it's something like this. Yes. So now if we go over to this side, it's up to 0, and then it goes around. So I think if I do like this, it should work better with this thing. All right, now I understand what's going wrong here. So it just flips around. Yeah, using the set limit is maybe a bad idea here. I think instead of doing all this, what we're gonna do is fake the joint. Like we just have draw the thing, and then when we release it, we create the joint and let it smash it or something like that. Or maybe we fake all of it. Maybe we don't use the joint at all. Maybe we just have this hanging from a thing, and then we smack it, and when it hits the thing, we give it make it fly away. That might be easier. Might also give better control over, like, get better control over the behavior. So, how do we do that then? Let's just add a position here. And we say pos equals this. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a little git commit here to save my work. Weird long cat. Try to push as usual without it working. And then very cool. Someone made a little stair jumping thing. CL made a little stair jumping thing here. W asks if anyone has a proper idea of implement a non-blocking countdown. Let's help this person. Maybe you're even in the will W is usually in the, that's what I've been watching the streams, but I pasted what you can do in this case. So you have some kind of timer, and you set the timer with a proc. Right. So what we can do then instead here is So let's just make a big block of commented out crap down here. I'm gonna probably redo almost all of this. Let's take all this and just shove it down here. Just remove everything I don't need. I will probably move these things back later, but then I can steal them later, because I want to create maybe a joint at some point, but longcat update. Right. So then we just have a rot, that's an F32. And then we say rot equal lc.rot equals angle. Do it down here perhaps. Remove all this stuff. Inside draw we removed that. And we used to say pos. And then we need we wanted to hinge around that top point again, which is sort of minus 1.7 I think. And then we just say lc.rot. That. Alright. We move it up a tiny bit. No? Wait. Right. -1. Right, and it's wobbling a bit. That's good. This needs to be... This is times rad to dig. And it's... wrong number. Wait a minute. Yes, now it's tracking behind. Okay, plus. Where is the where is this position? It's right in the middle of the... Ah, that makes more sense. Again, the coordinate system flip messed with my brain. Right. That seems correct because higher up. Now it's correct. Okay. Now this is working correctly. Whee. Okay, good. I guess I don't need to do this stuff. That was just because I think the. What happens if I put it? It all seems okay. Let's see if there's any more streamers doing stuff. Where are the streamers? Where are the streamers? Not that one. This one. No. No. It's these two doing their stuff. I think the other people are sleeping or have other things to do. Okay, so what I want now is for you move this up, and then when you're like near this point, it starts shaking. So the more you move it up, the more it starts shaking, or something like that. So and how do I do that in a nice way? It's gonna shake the angle a bit. So it's sort of like this charging thing. Shake amount is if angle bigger than 0, then we remap I'm stealing this remap because I like it clamped. So I'm gonna clamp. There is one in Odin, but I'm just clamping it in the new min new max range. So there we go. Now we have a remap. You see, it OLS really isn't working. It's like now it worked. So it's positive here up to we're gonna do like a linear remap here that makes it shake more and more. So if it is, well, we can start by clamping the angle actually. If angle is more than less, bigger than 0, and then angle is less than math dot 0 is straight up. This is pi divided by 2. This is actually a this should sort of clamp it a bit. I know I'm not using a clamp here, but thought I would make it of course it's upside down. So 0 is this. And then wait, what's this then? It's bigger than 0. Well, it's bigger than if angle is bigger. So it's essentially a angle equals clamp angle between minus 3 and 3 or something like that. Yeah, but it needs to be bigger, so 2 and 2 or something. Yeah. So now it's clamped, so then we can do something like this, where we say that the shake amount is, if it's bigger than 0, then shake amount is from 1 to 2. Then it's from 0 to 0.1, maybe 0.2. Shake amount equals. And then we map from -1 to import base intrinsics. Right. And then we add on math.cos shake yeah, and then we need to speed the time up a lot, 100. See, very good. It's a bit much, so we will lower that. We might also want to do like twice. That will just make it more, have a more less linear nature. I tried joints. I have it down here, the joints code. It's just for doing this kind of charging thing, it's just harder. So I'm just gonna add the joint when I release it instead. This is also a bit annoying. Like I would like it to swing around from here to here. Like it shouldn't really be possible to snap it over like this, but It looks like it's almost wobbling, like it's not straight, but it's just how it looks. Could do a bit more shake than that. Now that it's not non-linear. Okay, it looks a bit weird. Amazing. Okay, good. So now if we charging, swinging, so it's in the charging state. Switch lc.state case charging, case swinging, and we do long cat charging proc. Point of those really are. Those procs. Just put it here. Be the same. Right. And then if RL is mouse button pressed left, then lc.state equals swinging. Yeah, that stops. And when that happens, we will add on all the bodies and shapes and just make it go whack. We add on all the body shapes, give it an impulse, and then we're all good. So, we kind of need all these guys now. And all this stuff. Gonna quickly look through it. Default body, it's a dynamic body. The position is... Okay. I have moved, so the position is here. I think you just do like this lc.pos. So the body is there as well. Because on the... Is there like a... we'll see. So we have all that, and we have our capsule. That's all good as well. I guess you can set the rotation on this. BD make. Oh, B2. Rot. Rot. So done all that. you create the capsule. So what you're doing here now is you just go like this. I mean, I could create all these things when I create it and just disable them, of course. Maybe that's a better way to do it. Yeah, maybe that's a better way to do it. Yeah, so we bring all this back. I think that's easier. Undo. So we make the cat. So we do, just like before, we do all this. Take that. Go here, but we also add in pos equals pos. Thank you, Bug, for buying my book on your Kindle. That's nice. Thank you. I actually proofread it on an old Kindle white paper on this one. Look, I like the with the auto layout stuff. Chris PHP asks, what will the player need to do in this game? You will need to get to the tuna can by playing sort of golf with these two. But yeah, it's a lot of me messing around with box 2D really. Right. So if we now we've set all that up. We just disable the body immediately. And then here we just say b2.enable body. Of course, yeah, this stuff doesn't, this will need to do different things depending on which state you're in. Because it doesn't care about box 2D right now. Oh. Case at swing. So in this case, we do this. Very good. And in this case, we do this. It's combining my two different things. Okay, crashed. P equal declared but not used. Yeah. So here you need to do like B. Okay, it's crashing. I think something is not set up properly in here. Is it because this is... Then it crashes. How strange. Because I don't use... Seems like I was right. I should just have Wrong cat may enable physics. This just got complicated to set up before because things don't work like I want them to. So I'm just gonna take all this stuff and toss it into here. This is gonna be empty. This will be empty. Here we're gonna do this. We're gonna say lc.body equals body. Bam. Like that. Now it crashes when I do that, but that's expected because I... Right. So now I just need to give it the correct rotation at the start. bd.rotation is b2.make rot from lc.rot. Well, I did that before, but maybe not. It's close. It's a bit of the might be, yeah, there's some hard-coded positions in here still. Yeah, because I copied it. Right. lc.pos, and this one hinge body is also at lc.pos, and I don't think they need any. We'll see how this does. Now it's in the middle here. Right, that's because this thing, first thing is that one is not offset properly. Bam. Then that one is in the wrong spot. I think the whole the capsule is probably sitting perfectly still here or something silly like that. Need some debug drawing here. Okay, so first thing is to, where is the thing? Draw a circle V. P dot X, P dot Y, or so it is there. That's good. That's where the body is. Question is, the body doesn't have like a. I think I might have done things weirdly now. Because now the center of the sort of capsule collider is there. Local anchor. Because if I do something like this, right? Something like there's a couple of things. The The rotation is sort of backwards. And now it's getting there. Dunk. So is that all I need to do to... Can't be that easy, is it? Must be... So we set this to 0. And then it's just still, because it's in equilibrium to start with. Yeah. So my body setup is a bit weird. Because my body is here. Okay, but let me check on the body depth if there is a angular damping. Probably should add some angular damping later. Is enabled, blah 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 blah. Linear velocity, blah 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 blah. How can I make it let's look at what this thing does. Right, that's just like that. Then we have a capsule. And I could just move the whole capsule, but it starts feels like the setup is a bit weird then. Because in Raylib, it was nice to have the object just have its origin here. Oh well. Let's make a game jam solution. Which essentially means... Because this is actually what is happening here, right? It's pivoting around the middle like that. So we will do this minus 0, 1.7 or whatever it is. Because you need this. I had this local anchor before. That was this that separates the hinge from the... What does it do, that weird sort of... I think I also got stuck in the floor there. Yeah, that was the problem. Okay, that's a good question. Why is it doing that weird... Maybe I can... See, it's sort of like up there and then it's pushed down. I guess it's the position of this should be like that. Maybe it should be plus. Maybe I made it worse there. No? Maybe it's half of that. That looks... Aha. It's with rotation taken into account. Yeah, this OLS is really not working. I mean, I include the linalg. Because it's better to use this rotate vector. I think there's a rotate. Maybe I'm wrong. Before there was a vector to rotate. I can probably do it like this. Oh, of course it didn't work. I was importing the wrong thing. Yeah, I was looking for... I think there's a... whatever, it doesn't matter really. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Is this works correctly? See that. Wait, do I need to do any of this really? Let me check this again. So it jumps up there, and I think that's because it's sort of like it's positioned up here, and then it gets pressed down. Right. Yeah. And then... so then I was like this. Okay, that's our offset. We should maybe put that into a number somewhere. Then if I do it at the bottom here, but it still happens up here because it needs to be, the offset needs to be rotated, right? So then I thought that I can do rotate like this. And then I was just thinking, this is in thing really do? Yeah, this is a classic 2D rotation, just as some blah blah blah. Wait, this is not, this uses radians. Okay. Okay, maybe it is the other direction. Yes, now it works. Good, now we're gonna give it an impulse when that happens. B2 impulse c.body, and the impulse should be it's a bit of a math again. It's sort of, you should hit it maybe angular impulse. Well, maybe that's what I want. I just realized it was not what I was thinking, but what I do is do lc.rot. And say wake true. Right, so we take that and we like take times 20. Okay, if we do a really big one, what happens then? That seems to work. Bam, bam. It's a bit strong, but that was just because I put a bizarre number there. Maybe we need to like remap this from minus math.pi to minus math.pi to math.pi into like a 0 to 1 range. Rot. Oh, I don't know what I call it. Some kind of normal. So then I can just do like a nice non-linear thingamadoodle. Bam. So that it gets maybe a bit harder. Also the angle at which it hits it is not maybe ideal, because it's sort of that's a reason for maybe it's better if I fake this than we'll see, because it would be nice to this flew up a bit more. Maybe if the long cat has less restitution, like it's like 0. Oh, that actually, I thought it would bounce less then, and that would make it, how the restitution actually makes it heavier, or makes it give off more of its kinetic energy. Okay. Okay, I'm quite happy with that for now. So then when you hit after you've swung, I need to like Where does it go into the swung state? Oh. So we do a timer like that. There's two different ways. I talked a bit before about another way to make a timer, which is to you can also have a timer and decrease with the delta time. That's better if you do a lot of time scaling, which maybe we want to do. So let's do this. A swing timeout. So just do that. Swing. Let's see what's happening here. Blah, blah. Now I think this has gone to something. No, this is some kind of. This is Kebab Skull Super Keyboard. So now we have that. Yeah, we were gonna do a little swing timeout, was it? Got derailed there. We decrease that if lc.swing. So this is while we're swinging the cat down. If that becomes 0 or less, then we're done. And then, yeah, we're sort of done for now. Done, you do that. Case that done, you do that. Put both outside there. That's a bit strong, actually. The swing. Maybe it was better when it was just lc.rot times 40 or something. Because then I could at least like... And there that's when it got done. Right. So if it is done, then this should probably all be... This whole entity thing should be... It can be like that for now. It doesn't do anything anymore when it's done. Maybe we will do a little animation on it when it's done. But yeah. So what we'll do then, actually here we can clean up all this also. Just delete physics. So proc that takes a long cat. And then we do b2 destroy body, b2 dot destroy shape, to b see that shape, destroy body, see dot hinge body, destroy joint. I'm gonna do this in an order that feels a bit more safe. I don't know if the body is valid after the shape is destroyed, but right, so we destroy those here. And then when we've done that, then we can go to the other cat, the round cat. Well, it's not really the round cat's responsibility, but maybe it is. This is, you know, when you split things up into files like this, after a while you're like, wait, this thing that spawns the long cat, it's sort of related to the round cat being still. So it spawns the sort of club again. But yeah, I don't know. The linear velocity of the body so you make the long cat and you put it sort of next to yourself. Yes, now it's there. You just need to move it to like -1, -1.5, and upwards to maybe. Seven. There you go. So now it should reappear when you're sort of still. It's not very rigorous, that still check, but you know. Okay, let's make a little level editor now, maybe, because I'm pretty tired of this. Or let's make this block longer, and we put out the tuna so we can win the game, and then we'll make a level around it, maybe. No, we'll make the level editor first, because you're just supposed to reach the tuna. So it's pretty stupid. Amazing. Okay, so let's look at making some kind of level editor, maybe. But first, maybe I will actually put this on a GitHub repository, so it's not only on my computer. So if anyone is watching, the code is here. And it's, yeah, the readme is the hot reload template, but yeah. Okay, let's think about what kind of levels we want. Maybe we can zoom in and out with the scroll wheel. Look around. Otherwise it's hard to know where to go. And I'm gonna get my coffee also before it gets cold. Doodly doo. Okay, so we're gonna make some kind of level editor. Question is, should I make different art assets, or should I think it's better if I make some kind of way to put out blocks, and then I can maybe procedurally make them look nice or something. So we'll work on that for a while. I think that will take probably a few hours. But yeah. So we go to game. So we have this. We have our list of walls. Let's make it possible to paint out walls first of all. Yeah, so I just make a new file maybe called, I'm thinking so many files today, you know, it's not even like me. I'm very much like Randy usually. I put Cat and Onion is a 12,000 line game.odin with some stuff tucked away in other files. But that game actually has an editor file as well, because that felt easy to, very, very clear split. But it is tricky, I think, with the split, because okay, round cat is suddenly spawning the long cat because I was checking the velocity, but actually this has nothing to do with it's just me checking something on the round. Like this should maybe be outside of the round cat in the game with Odin, like this glue code that looks at one thing and does something else. Look at what the Kebab Skull has. It's posting on the. This very nicely follows the theme, underground, overground. You go through this. This looks amazing. Right. So Jerry is showing me a giant carrot. Huge. This is a normal carrot. This is weird. It looks like I'm showing something else. This is the big carrot. Okay, now we're gonna stop showing weird carrot-shaped things on the screen. So the editor will first make it possible to place walls from inside the editor. This is me making editors on a game jam. Classic me. I don't like those off-the-shelf editors. I always make something. But it should be pretty fast. Let's focus. Okay. I focused so much that I hit my keyboard too hard and it disconnected for a second. Update. If rl.iskey pressed F2, then gnome.editing equals something like that. Then we can do the same thing here. Editor draw. No, wait, we can just draw the editor last, I think, on top of the word. This is a bit of a this is
not the best way to make an editor. Usually it's best to separate the state from the world, but we're just doing something simple here, so it should be fine. Right. So the editor will need some kind of editor state. And in here I can be like placing box for a bool like that. And if placing box else. Okay. So if r.isKey is we need some relib in here. Port rl vendor relib isKey pressed left, then placing box equals true. If isKey released key mouse button released left. So it's funny that there's a mouse button and a key that both have the left enum like that. Then we see is false. We also need a placing start, select 2. Yes, placing start is get mouse world pos. Right. So then if box, then start is es.placing start, and then we will draw a box from there to get world mouse pos. You having a fun time, Nell? What are you up to? Making a game for Jam? Right, so we have the start and the mouse pos. So then the diff is mp-s. Ah, okay, watching. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, I have. If you want to learn, I have some simple tutorials like making a snake game and stuff. You could watch at any point. I think that should all be linked in the video. But you're very welcome to just watch. So this is sort of the editor drawing like while we're placing the box. So we need. Yeah, I wrote the Odin, like there's a little, we can call it a mini ad here just under the chat, odinbook.com. That's where you can read more about my book if you want to check it out. It's essentially everything I learned about Odin when making a video game in Odin and then shipping it, and well, at least most things. So Visney doesn't like the, or you think that there's a clash when you see the state. Yeah, I guess. Sometimes I say memory because I have the game memory here, but this is the state. And then I also have inside this thing, I have the long cat state, which is the state this sort of entity is currently in. And state is the current, I mean, state also means, of course, like sort of a country, but in this case, state is the current status, the current, like, it's just like, state just means the current information about something. So it's the, you could say that all the data in your program that sort of holds the current information about what is going on is the state of the program. If your program if two programs are running with the same code and they have identical state, then they're showing exactly the same thing because the state is the same. So that's why people, you know, if you have an emulator, like a NES emulator or something, you say that you have save states because you take the whole current status or the memory of what's happening right now and you just save it to a file so you can restore it later, so you can get back to the same state. But it's just the current sort of, it's an interesting word to try to explain because it's not, I want to explain the word with itself almost. But yeah. That's a better word. The current. So it's not a bad. Asking if it's a bad practice to have a struct containing state of the app that's used for the system. In Unity, a lot of times we use a game manager. Like, you can have a struct, like a global. I have a global memory plop here with like this global struct here that I can use everywhere. That's not, I mean, that's not bad practice in all cases. I think people are a bit like, they're like, oh, never use globals, and then they have some reasons. But if you're making a if you're making a game that is single threaded, so there's no issues with threading, then there's absolutely no big deal with having a global state blob. Of course, you can get a bit of a spaghetti code where you sort of touching some global memory everywhere, so you can still try to have systems that like not use the things directly on the global memory thingy everywhere. But these game managers, those are usually just complicated ways to have globals. Like these two are easy globals. A game manager is usually like, is wrapped in behind some kind of, you have to write some more stuff to get the thing, but it's still a global variable. So yeah. Hello, Ahmed. Welcome. Yeah, I think, the game manager is usually a singleton. And a singleton is just I think if you have a singleton, just stop using a singleton and put a global variable instead. Because you're doing the same thing, but you're pretending there's not a global in order to feel a bit better about it. So like, oh, people said globals are bad, so I put it in a singleton. It's still a global, it's just wrapped in some stuff so that it doesn't look like a global. It's the same thing. So if you ever need a singleton, you might as well have a global. There up there it is. So we have a bit of a flipped coordinate system shenanigans going on. Is it both these need to be flipped? I don't like this flipping. Okay, now that works. Here's a classic problem that you need to things don't really work when you go above the point where you started, but that's easy to fix actually. I have some code to fix that in my other game. Yeah, it's just this. This is the whole fix for it. So we can make a rect that is s.x, s.y. Oh, I want my... Let me open the project again. I'm gonna steal another thing from it. Rect from posa. This is... It's just a simple thing, but it's just nice to have. Array utils, we can call it. Put in utils here. So you can nicely create a rectangle from S and diff like that. Draw rectangle rect that, and then we flip rect flip R. Now it might work. Wow. Okay, it's a bit it's probably just the sign here is wrong. It's gonna be messed up. Because that part works fine. It's that this is flipped right. So the height is less than 0. So if the height is less than 0, then we're up here. Then we should move the Y position up. Wait, this should be still be minus, of course. Why doesn't this work? If, wait. It's probably something like is less than minus, not high, or no, no. If the height is, check against that. If the height is less than 0, they have a negative height. You should never have a negative height. if you have a negative height, then you should move your y coordinate by that height and flip the height. But that moves it downwards. And I flip the rect later, but I think that's correct because I'm sort of trying to be in the box 2D. Now I'm just trying to flip the rectangle. This works when I use normal arraylib coordinates, but due to it being flipped, it was weird because the flip, I have a flip here, but that flip is supposed to be there. Yeah, that flip needs to be there. That's just a flip. Wait a minute. Maybe, so if I do this. Totally broken. Yeah, this is, I really don't like this. Not a fun thing to do at the game jam, the box 2D arraylib coordinate system, flippy my doodles things. It does have more implications than one thinks. So this should of course this height is less than 0. That means that we move r.y down by the height, minus equals. That's adding to the height, so it moves it up. Maybe, in this case, we just need to flip it. Ah, there you go. No? Almost. Now when you're above. Because this is correct. This needs to be... How strange. The annoying thing is I can't just look at this because this is flipped again to render it. So all my debug rendering, like all my intuition that I usually have for these kind of things, it doesn't really work. Meow. Okay, so this one is like that. Okay, if we put this just before. So we have that. This height is negative. Aha. I think I know what's going on. Because in box 2D, of course, a rectangle starts in the bottom and goes upwards. So this is what we want. So if disable all that. Then it only looks correct. Hello, Royce. Yeah, I'm using Box 2D, and that's a thing that's slowing me down the most is the complexity that was added by doing that. I think I am at like 10% development speed. But I shouldn't blame it too much. I feel like I'm just making excuses. But that's how it is. So maybe this just needs to be flipped. Because it's from the mouse. No. It's weird. How these things that are usually so easy get complicated because of coordinate system shenanigans. So this thing. So here's the weird thing, right? This should work. We'll remove all that. This is currently wrong. Because what is it I have here? What is R? Yes, this should. I think the rect flip procedure is wrong. It needs to minus R dot height. Yeah, so that's correct now. And then all these boxes are actually rendering correctly. Yeah, it's. I think I would need to sort of. And if I did this in a bigger project, I would need to fence off all of Raylib with a API that does all the coordinate system transfers, and so that I never need to do it. I can be in my box 2D y positive y up land. So there was a bug in here. That's why I was confused, because this is how it's supposed to be, right? If a Raylib, in order to draw a box 2 direct with Raylib, you need to. The rect starts down here, but the Raylib rect needs to start up in the left corner. So you move, both flip Y, but you also move it to the top left, sort of. Yeah. Okay, maybe now this works. Wee. Yeah, this should be plus. Yeah, there you go. That's what I wanted. Now I need to fix this stuff here. This rendering is wrong currently, because I have made assumptions. It's just a. Okay, I just need to move the. Yeah. There was just a thingy here, an origin that I need to move out of the way. So that's all good. So then I can do that. So I go to editor. Wow. What is this? Go here. So let's make it possible to place one of these blocks. Let's first make this box placing thing not suck. If released, then placing box is false. Oh, both are released. That's why it's weird. Is mouse button pressed? Oh, whoa. Yeah, you see, now it feels nice like that. And then I'll do a little color here, like a red, green, no blue, and some alpha. And hopefully that looks okay. I'll do it red maybe. That, yeah. Amazing. Right. Now we can remove this print. So when we release it now, we will add that new box. So we need sort of to do the same editor get box. I removed the pointer here because the draw proc shouldn't modify it anyway, so. Right. So then we can go here and be like, okay, you released it, then you released it, so we get the boxes, editor get box. Yes, by the way, in Odin, like this might feel scary because it looks like you're getting a copy of the whole thing each time. But in Odin there's this thing where if something is bigger than 16 bytes, then it is passed as a immutable reference. But you might think that when you do this, that you would first sort of get a copy of it, and then that copy is passed an immutable reference. But it doesn't, due to this thing here being what's called known as an addressable. So this becomes an addressable so that it, like, if you do this, then this will be a copy over here when it sort of goes over the equal sign. Like when it has to travel over it will read this addressable. But internally, this thing, while it's on the right hand, you could say, sort of, it still contains the address of it. So actually, if you did something like this, take a point, you dereference it, and then you immediately take the memory address for that thing, then you get back to the original pointer. You don't get a pointer to some in-between thing. And that's the same thing here. It's able to take this addressable here and make that immutable reference. I think this is big enough to become to be passed as immutable reference. So it takes that thing and where is it actually? Maybe it's small, but it will be big enough soon. Regardless. Well, when this is bigger than 16 bytes. This is 4 bytes plus 1. Maybe there's some alignment padding, but yeah. So with this addressable, it's able to construct that immutable reference here. So you don't need to worry that this copies stuff. Because sometimes you're in a procedure where you have a pointer, but you want to use it with a procedure that only takes this sort of value looking thing, like these two. But it's fine to just do this. Right, so now we can go, where is make wall? Here, make wall B. Maybe that's all that's needed. Yeah. And now, donk. It's stuck in the wall. Yeah. Oh, happened. It crashed. I don't know why. Maybe got sad somehow. So this works okay. Here's some ground for you. Have some more ground. Whee! He's like, wow, something appeared under me. Is the delta time getting very high there or something? I think so. Very high delta time between the... Dong. I mean, that can be a gameplay mechanic, of course. You could just have a limited amount of blocks to paint out. Right. So we have this wall, list of walls, and that's sort of our level right now. Maybe we should save that to disk. And we'll leave the editor or something. Where is here? So if we're editing, then when we press F2, that means we're about to leave editing. And in that case, we will save out the level. Use the JSON to do that. Marshall level is a struct that has a walls, which is a slice of wall. So we make our level, and in it we say walls is a take all the GM and the walls, slice them like that, and then we say level like that, and Marshall options. Pretty equals true, spec equals sjson, Marshall options, allocator, context.temp allocator. I don't need this in the long run, so we just do that. JSON Marshall R. I think that's all it returns. If JSON Marshall equals nil, then we do os.write and type. We need to import os, import core os. Then we write the entire file to level.sjson, and we. Oh yeah, this probably returns some data also. JSON data. So now if we open the game, we restart, we open the editor and we put this wall out, we leave the editor, we go and look for level.sjson, and there it is. Okay. Now when you init the game, you will read the same file and put those things in. So that's where we used to make the wall. We will instead do like if data equals os.read entire file data okay, I think should be use the bool read entire file level.sjson context.temp allocator, we temp allocate the whole thing, because otherwise we will clone the data inside anyways. It's easier that way. If we just say level is level and then say sjson, no, json.unmarshal data into level spec sjson context.temp allocator json unmarshal. Then we have in our level now our walls, so then we can say gmem.walls equals slice.clone, need some import here, import core slice, clone to dynamic level.walls. Now that becomes permanently allocated, but all the stuff that came out of the thing is not. But I think that's, to me, that's easier because this is not a dynamic array anyways, the stuff that came out of it. Right, so if we now reset this, we still have this stupid thing here. It should not be needed. Yeah, oh. Uh-huh. Right, there is a problem here. You can't just do that because you can't just serialize all this, of course. A wall is just a rectangle. It's not a... This is runtime data. This has no... Totally uninteresting. So the level is actually an array of rectangles. So you instead say something like this. Walls is make rect len gmem.walls context.temp allocator. Then you run over all the walls for w in gmem.walls. Get an index also, and then you say level.walls at the index is wall.rect. We go into delete that. We'll see what happens. Right, so now we need to for w in level.walls, we need to do the reverse as well. So we need to say make wall w. Because it didn't set up the physics for each, you know. So that's what happened. Something went wrong. It might be, let's see here, is it maybe the level is, we can't have that level. Yeah, so we just do that. Royce asks, how you seem to have a good understanding of Odin. Thank you. I don't think there's much info on it. How did you get so good? I started using it maybe 2 years ago, maybe a bit more now, almost 3 years maybe. And I mean, I had programmed a lot in C, and Odin tries to be a better C, so I had some carryover from that. Also, the way we programmed C at my job at the time was very similar to how Odin wants to do stuff. But that made it easy for me to, you know, just start looking at the overview and try to understand things. But I asked a lot of questions in the beginners channel on the Odin Discord. A lot of questions I asked. And I just filled in, like, I just, and then I made a whole video game and released it on Steam using Odin. So I just, as I did it, I just filled in all the gaps I had until I feel like I understood the whole language more or less. But yeah, and that's why, I mean, there's a little ad just there for my book I wrote, because that's essentially trying to cover the same thing. Like, people who would start looking at Odin today will come to the overview. If they're not that familiar with like C already or something, then they might get overwhelmed from the overview, might be a bit too technical or something. And then they might be scared to sit and ask a lot of questions in the channel. So I had to, I wrote that book to sort of everything all the nuance I learned about the language, I tried to put in there in a sort of friendly, readable manner. So yeah. So for anyone starting today, if you want to quickly learn some stuff, I guess my book is, and I'm not saying this just to sell it, but people say that it is the friendliest way to start learning the language. But you can for sure also just try to read the overview and just do projects. Just try to implement stuff. And when you're confused about something, you ask in the beginners channel on the Discord, and you will figure it out. But yeah, I've sort of put all those big moments of insights I've had that I've also I put all those into the book. And I also see, you know, when you're in the beginners channel on the Discord, you see similar questions over and over again, and in order to explain some of them, you really have to sort of explain not just one thing, but like 5 different things, and sort of build up an understanding. So that's also what I try to do in the book. But yeah, but to answer the actual question, how did I get so good at it? I made a whole video game using it and asked lots of questions. Whenever I was confused, I refused to not understand. If there was anything that seemed magical, like a black box, I've tried to figure it out. Then that's just like both how things work in the language, but also like, this is my favorite example when people are like, how does, like, they have lots of questions about dynamic arrays in Odin. I'm like, well, did you know that a dynamic array in Odin is just a raw dynamic array? Like this is what it is under the surface, this thing. And having people look at these things, this is what a string is, this is what a slice is, this is what a dynamic array is, and the append procedure with dynamic arrays just operates on these fields. So this is the sort of under the hood representation. So yeah, I think that's some of the most common questions people have. And I refused, like, I was like, but how does the dynamic array work? So that's sort of, I think another thing I did to get good at Odin is I always made sure to have like the core and base library in my Sublime, so I could like, here is append, and I can press F12, and I'm like, okay, here is append elements. Okay, this seems to take a dynamic array. okay, what does it do? What does append lm do? And I start looking at this. I'm like, okay, it seems to, see, here is this, here it does the cast to a raw dynamic array. And I look at it. So because the whole core library source code ships with a source with the language, you can and you should make sure that you can quickly jump to definition of those things. And also since I have it in the Sublime, I can press Ctrl-Shift-R and just like make slice a symbol search through the whole core and base collections, because I have those two in there. So yeah, ask questions and make sure you explore the core library whenever you don't know what something does. The code is there to look at. You don't need to. There's some internal things of the compiler that you can't look at, but in many cases in the core and base libraries, you can just jump in there and look at it and stuff. Okay. Right, so now we have this, we have our editor. The editor needs a camera of its own, the editor needs a zoom of its own. And we need an editor camera, which is a proc that takes an editor state and returns rl.camera2d. Camera, we take this stuff here, shove it here. That means that we need to go to game and this means some different things here. We can't just draw the world like we've done before, because we need our own camera here. So we'll do a draw world here. Take all this stuff, shove it in here. Well, not you. And then, so if we're not editing, then we do this, put that there. Then we say draw world. It's quite obvious how much better I am at this stuff than the poking around with box 2D. I'm like, blah, 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 and then box T, I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm getting depressed from box 2D. But yeah. Draw a world. Like that. Maybe. Yes, now you have a different camera for the world. There are some problems here. If es.camera zoom is less than 0.1, then es. That's why you can't see anything right now, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there you go. Now we need some way to pan around. So we do this if camera movement is a vec2, if rl.isKey down dot up camera movement dot y minus equals 1 down +1. Well, we're doing the we're doing the box 2D coordinate system, aren't we? Add putting a global DT variable that we can use. Okay. Why doesn't this work? I do move it around. I normalize it here. Multiply it by a big number. Wait. I know why it doesn't work. I thought it was WASD, but I think it's left. I don't know. It's supposed to be WSAD. Yeah, it's working all the time. You have a camera. Your get mouse world pause needs to take a camera. It can't. You can't just assume it's the game camera. Just toss a camera in here to fix a few compile errors. Where are we in the editor? Editor camera. Yes. So now that works. Now you can go around like this and paint and do things. So now not Floffel says, is Phantom API yet support? I don't know what Phantom API is, I'm afraid. How do you still have those inline errors in Sublime? Do you mean this? These come from the build log. And this is from OLS, which is the language server thingy. So these, that I have these funny here is just that I have this regex here that makes it scan for errors in the build output. So it just looks for these things in the build output, and that's a thing Sublime does. And then these red squigglies here, that actually, so I didn't even need to compile it actually. I could just have done this, pressed V, waited a tiny bit, I thought, yeah, and then this is OLS, the language, the Odin Language Server, which runs in the background and gives you code hints. I have a whole video about how to set up Sublime. It's linked in the description, I think, or it's part of a playlist that's linked in the description about setting things up. That one shows how to set that up, but it's actually two different things. Those messages on the side and the squiggly red lines. Thank you. I think we have a gameplay problem here. Anyways, we are gonna add so we can delete blocks in the editor also. Got a cookie here. Cookie. Yeah, Sublime linter inliner. I don't think that's a... Yeah, just use OLS, or if you just want the simple stuff, you use the regex. I pasted one of those. The linter thing, I have never heard anyone use. So if we're not placing a box, then we can also look for W in wall, or gmemory walls. And we can do like this. Do we have the mouse pos in world? No. Get world mouse pos, editor camera. I think. Oh. What's happening? It's crashing. Strange. We will take this code maybe, go here, do that, and then we do r.draw rectangle rec flip. Just draw the rectangle again on top of that one. So I'm just doing a hover highlight here. Yeah, something like that. You can break after the first one. Oh, I also want to do the mouse wheel thingy. I think something like that, maybe. Goes the wrong way. I thought it was. Oh yeah. How did I do that in my other projects? I did exactly that. Maybe I don't. Hop. I thought... close off file. Oh. Hold on. Close too many things. Wanted to close all these files. Too many. If it's too many files, just close them all. So what I'm looking for here is... I guess the zoom here is a bit messed up. Yeah, so now you can zoom in closely or far away if you want to. And the default, I don't know what default should be, but okay. So now we can here, if rl.is mouse button pressed, right, loop over all the walls, find the first one that intersects, break the loop, unordered remove. Go. Yeah. Oh. Right. Can't just do an unordered remove, must also destroy the wall. Delete wall. Aha! My intuition was right. You need to do this in the other order, because I think the destroying the body destroys the shape. Maybe I can just destroy the body, I don't know. But yeah. Good, good. So now we have a little level editor, so we can play around with that. This is why I'm not that afraid of making level editors during a jam, because to me, doing something simple like that, just to edit your stuff, takes the same amount of time for me as to sort of maybe import something from some other editor, but also it there's other things that take way more time, like me struggling with Box 2D and stuff. Yes, Akku, it's the Pro Cat Golf League, or whatever we should call it. That long cat needs a bit more of spush in its impulse. Oh, what a letdown. Can I make that? I'm thinking, in order to make this playable, you should first be able to put the long cat somewhere near. So you first choose where to put it. So that's the next thing to do. Because otherwise the game is impossible. You must be able to put it anywhere and then shoot. Right. Yes, so place the long cat. It's time for charging, swinging. One thing to notice here is that, you know, some people, they try to come to a game jam and be like, oh, I need to have my entity system. You know, I need to have all my things in place. I'm like, it's not going so fast for me to do this, but I just have two structs, the round cat and long cat, and they're not, there's no there's just two things that I can access in my global memory. If I had some kind of action game with enemies, I could just have a like this and try to solve it. Like, you can start like that. You can have like player and then your enemies, and you try to go from there rather than try to make it super generic from the start, because then you can just start with an empty project, you just pull in Raylib and start doing stuff instead of having to. It's also hard sometimes to try to do these sort of frameworky things ahead of time, because suddenly it doesn't support the stuff you needed to be able to make the game you wanted. So you actually have to spend more time fixing those things than just programming something simple straight. Placing. Okay, the first mode is placing. So if we now start the game, well, we can't, because we need to compile. Well, we need to make the compiler happy. So the placing mode won't do anything, and this mode won't do anything. So we take from charging, we take this draw texture, blah, 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 and we do get world mouse pos game camera. Let's see if anyone is streaming. I like having some streams on my screen. Carl Zelinsky, is he streaming? Nobody special is not streaming. Is Dalin streaming? Dalin is not streaming. Is Kebab Skull streaming? Kebab Skull is offline. Is the Da Vinci streaming? No. Okay. Right, so Smilex is streaming. Put it there. How long have I been streaming? I must make sure to not stream for longer than 12 hours, but that'd be fine. I'll do a break when I eat dinner, because if you do more than 12 hours on YouTube, then they delete your VOD might not be saved. So your replay, so to speak, might not be saved. So if I didn't stop the live stream when I go eat dinner, then I might continue, then I might end up with a more than 12-hour stream. Then it might be gone. So keep it under 12 hours. Right, so we are... Well, we can get the source. We can stop having the source in all these like that. I'm a bit curious about these tests here. They're still, to me, they don't look properly flipped because there is no, doesn't, and all this. Okay, I'm gonna fix this. Also, this divided by 10. This is a scaling thing. Sorry about all those people who want nice and orderly things. Okay, so this is the initial stuff here. Take a minus sign there. Now this is stuck to your cursor, so you can place it anywhere you want. Hello. So I think that should just be like this. If rl.is mouse pressed left, then we fetch that, and then we say that lc.pos is mp, and then we blah blah blah. lc.state is charging. That should work. That should be all like that, and then you can charge, and you can hit. Yeah. Should be okay. That should not happen. Why is this? Are you gonna do sprite culling? Probably not. I mean, it probably won't be an issue. It's probably render at a few thousand FPS, even with my biggest level. But I can just do a brute force sprite culling where I check if, like, all the things I'm gonna draw, I just add to a list, and then I check if they're outside the view, and then I don't draw them. Like, and I skip them. Why are you active when I'm in the editor? Longcat update. Longcat update. Oh, because it's being... Yes. I should not do that. I should not fetch the mouse position in the drawer like that. I should instead just do this and set the mouse position here. So I should constantly do this like that, and then when I'm done, I just leave the state. 'Cause this still works, but then here I don't have that. So now I can do this. Bam! And then I can try to it's a bit hard when it gets stuck in a corner. Maybe I can do like this. No, not like that. I should be able to right click when I'm in. That collider doesn't look completely good. Like looks a bit to me like the long cat needs a longer collider. This is I don't have the debug rendering working, so I'm just doing this. Make the collider bigger. That has felt better. How do I get out of this? Can I? What? You spawn inside it. Yeah, so I should probably also make either I'll make it so this is not allowed to collide with, push it out of collision when I end up inside. So this is something I was thinking about that. Yeah, let's try that. Let's disable. How do you disable collision for something? It's some filter thing I need to set up, I think. Yes, this thing, I think. Shape, depth, filter, collision filtering data. Right, I need to make one of these filters. So it can collide with the wall. Maybe. It's a bit of a cop. Like, maybe I can. I think my problem is that it doesn't get upwards pushed enough. Maybe I'll make it. Maybe I'll fake this collision instead. Based on the angular velocity, I'll just add a velocity to it. So I can angle it up a bit more. That can be the next thing to do. But I also need to solve the being in the wall kind of problem. What have I made? Right. Let's Google box 2D make filter. It's a mask. Looks overly complicated. Get filter data. Well, maybe I can make it simpler. Maybe I can just be like this. Set filter. Yes, stds filter equals shape depth. Now everything becomes slow again because I'm doing box 2D. Right, so I have some categories. Looks like I can use a bit set for, but I guess the bit set would. Let's just do it like it says. Oh. Enum U32. So we have wall, long cat, round cat. Right. Okay, so I say, oh, nobody specially streaming their super duper Vulkan. Let's have a look. Super duper Vulcan. There you go. It's on the screen. Oh, and then I closed it. I always do that. I do a picture-in-picture or a pop-out, and then I close the window that must be open for it to work. There you go. What's happening here then? Oh, you have your plane. Very nice. What's going to happen on your plane then? Looks like a Hoover tank situation or something. Nice. Could always use an infinite plane. Oh, I gotta be tired. you're gonna spawn penguins and then punch them. Yeah. Sounds like a plan. Or use a bit set. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Ah, whatever. I can keep it like that. Filter category. How do I? Oh, I'm so tired. I'm gonna have a break in a while. Eat something. Category bits, it's called. Nah, I'm gonna use a bit set. What's it called? What's it called? I guess this is what it should collide with. So it should collide with round cat. And then we cast this to a new 32. I think that's possible. Yeah, I want to do some animations. Okay, now it doesn't collide with anything. But that's because the filter on the other thing needs none. Now I need filters everywhere, I think. So let's go to round cat. And here we do like this. Round cat, long cat. Now I think it will fall through the ground. Unless I'm wrong. Yes, because the ground is not set to collide with anything. It's a bit... ground shape def. Not really a ground anymore, it's a wall. This is old. Body def. Box. Shape def. But filter equals Hello, Space Keen. Yeah, it's going quite well actually now. Today is a good day. Wait, is that not how it works? Wait. Well, does this say what it collides with or what this is? Have I misunderstood everything? AKCSC is trying to figure out their gameplay, but has UI working. Yeah, it's you can sometimes tricky with gameplay. Sometimes you implement something and the code works, but the game doesn't really work. But just keep trying, you get it. Okay. I need to understand this collision category nonsense. Because what is this? fmt.println and it should be there. What's category is 5. Sounds about right. Yeah. 48 hours is short. It's I was a bit when my box 2D setup took so long, I got a bit like stressed almost yesterday. Because usually I want to get to gameplay very quickly. Anyways. Yeah, the cat. You checked out the cat in onion code. Thanks for buying it, by the way. But yeah, it's. I think the whole game is maybe that in total all the files that I've written that aren't like bindings is like just under 20,000 lines of code, maybe 18. But yeah, the game.odin is quite spectacular. 12,000 lines of code in one file. But yeah. But that's usually if any kind of game, that does more than just simple. If your game does more than just simple, if you have some additional system than just walking around plus some polish, and you want to ship it, so you need to add in all those small tweaks and nice things. Your game will always at least be a minimum of 10,000 lines of code, because that, yeah, I don't think any nicely polished game, almost. Well, there is this Pico 8 games, but those people usually have to like super optimize everything a lot. But yeah, I think in many cases a shipped game will be over 10,000 lines at least. It took me 8 months maybe to make. Depends on how you count. Full-time 8 months, or like almost a year part-time plus full-time. But thank you. Now I need to figure out filter. Aha, okay, yeah, maybe I should read the docs. So I need the mask bits. Okay, So I need to... So I say, okay, I get it now. So I say first, which category is this? This is wall. This is round cat. This is long cat. And then I say mask. Bah, still på hoppskol. Bits equals. That was me trying to use the OLS. I need to check if my OLS needs to be updated. Maybe it's... Maybe my OLS is old or something, crashing or something in the background. Yeah, I think in my case with Cat and Onion, it wouldn't have been faster to make in a game engine. I made a few level editor things and such, but when I work in a game engine, I always get slower because I don't find it as fun. So I would probably not have. I probably wouldn't have finished it because I would have found it boring. So it was infinitely much faster to make the way I made it because I'm physically unable to finish games in big game engines. I understand that you want to do C instead of C++. It's simpler. There are some nice things that work better. Like the only in recent C++ added designated initializers and stuff. And the moment you use anything C++, like even if you try to be a bit C-ish with how you write your C++ code, the moment you use anything C++, like a constructor, then you need to have constructors everywhere. You spreads like a wildfire. So I usually try to code in C with like zero is initialized and designated initializers everywhere, which is how you do it in Odin. But I try to code like that. But sometimes you do that, like, but then if you try to do that in C++, because maybe you wanted a few nice C++ things like some overloading or something, but then maybe the designated initializer doesn't work as well unless you're on a very new C++ version. And then suddenly you get the idea to use a constructor, and then your whole program breaks down essentially because you have to put them everywhere. Sandustry. What's your opinion of manga kungen? Yeah, it's the manga king. This is some person I've known in the past here under a name I don't recognize. What we're doing here, so we're saying mask bits, which thing this accepts collisions from. This is the long cat. It only accepts from round cat. Like that. Then we go to round cat. We do something similar. Mask bits is long cat and wall. And then we go to game. Mask bits here is round cat and long cat. Here you go. Now I think this will no longer... Oh, that's a lot better. But it's a bit weird because I can put this inside a wall. Maybe if I just draw it after the walls, maybe that fixes everything. It's like pinned onto the world. Who knows? So we go to draw world, just move the long cat here. Game fixed. Stupid. Yeah. I think the only it's easy to have lots of discussions about what is better and what you get, what with which tool you get more done quicker and stuff. But that's highly individual, because the absolutely most important thing is if you're having a good time, if it's fun to work in Raylib with Odin or in Godot, if you're having fun making your thing on a daily basis, like you just find it nice to work with, then you will be 10 times more efficient. You will, because if you're like starting to feel, oh, it's just so frustrating to do anything, then you're gonna start procrastinating and like going over to watch a YouTube video or something instead of doing whatever. So the most important thing you can do is using tools that you find fun. But at the same time, you must make sure that you're not being like, if you use, say, for example, Raylib and Odin instead of Godot, then you must make sure that if you're trying to make a game, then you're just writing the code to make the game. You're not like sitting in Raylib and Odin and trying to implement a general purpose game editor that looks a bit like Godot. You don't try to emulate that. Instead, you try to ignore having to do every single thing that's not necessary for your specific game. So there's like a, there's some people who are like, oh yeah, I don't want to use this big game engine because I don't like those tools and stuff. But then instead some people sit around and make tools, and that's fine if that's what you want to do. But some people lie a bit to themselves, that they want to make a game, but they actually find it more fun to make a tool. And some people just think that you must make your perfect general purpose tools. If some people think that you must make your perfect general purpose tools before you can do anything, but your game just needs to do the thing your game needs to do. If the only level editing you need in your game is to place blocks, like if all you need to do is something like this, then why have like a special generic system with property panel on the side and you can do components and blah 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 blah? Then you only waste the time. You can add that later if you want, but but the most important thing is that you have fun, so that you want, because then you're many times more efficient working on it. That's why I know Unity. I've made many game jams in Unity. That's usually fun, but the moment I try to make something that takes more than a few days to make in Unity, it sort of gets boring to me, because I don't like something about the workflow is just annoying to me. I want to keep as much in code as possible, but I'm forced out to editors all the time to patch things up. So I'm usually much faster. This game jam is not a good example of me being faster, because I've been extremely slow, because I've been fighting. I've been on purpose out of my comfort zone with using Box 2D. But regardless, if I just do something simple, Raylib Odin, for example, can usually do a lot very quickly, because it's fun. But yeah, I wrote a whole blog post about this on my website. Okay. That's a bit better that you can swing it. Maybe we'll do something like this. Maybe you have a limited amount of long cats to use, but the game is paused, so you can just click at any point to spawn it. And then you have to get to the end, and it gets harder and harder for a few levels. Maybe that's good. So then, in that case... In that case... In that case, I got tired. I would like to make some kind of procedurally generated style on this block. Maybe also I shouldn't use an impulse. Maybe like this. lc.swing force is lc.rot, right? And then swing force is 32. Swing there is sine lc.rot. Swing there 32. Yeah, it's just nice that are different, that there are so many options. It's one of the frustrating things with sort of people, all like you run a channel like this, people always want to know like, so which is better, this engine or this language or this and that, and I'm like, well, I can tell you why I think something is better, but it might not be true for you. So it's sort of it's not very valuable information in many cases. People just need to try a few different things. and see what they like, I think. Of course, you can have some guidance like, okay, this thing here is really, really terrible because of number of reasons. That's fine, but people are usually very hung up on, you know, being there's always game engine and programming language fanboys that want to everyone to use that specific thing. And to those people, I would just say, well, I would just please let people try different things. Give them a few different alternatives. So go try each for a week or something. Math.sign. Is that a thing? Yes. And then, so we have a force. So this we do like abs. So here we say just apply angular impulse. Angular apply force. I need to go eat. I'm too tired to do this right now. I'm gonna shut down the stream for a while because I need to restart it anyways, so it doesn't go over 12 hours if I sit up late. Because it will go over 12 hours in 6 hours or 5.5, which might happen otherwise. So I'm gonna shut down the stream and then I'll start a new one later. I might have some food, maybe a tiny nap or something, because I'm a bit, or maybe go outside, go buy some snacks or something. Who knows? What's going to happen later is that I am going to maybe try to make the swing a bit nicer, and then let's do a little to-do here quickly before I go. To-do.txt, there it is. So make swing nicer. Apply force for a while. Imagine baseball bat. Because basically you mean you apply force throughout the whole motion. It's not just at the top, which is what happening now. It just goes boop at the top, and then it's sort of like a bit at the end already. I always do this. I always start talking again after I say I'm leaving now. And then we will make long cat spawnable x times add HUD, because then you have no sort of like, you can just what I mean by that is make long cat spawning pause or slow down game a lot. So you click anywhere and then the cat spawns, and then you can sort of swing and it goes in slow motion, and then bam, it goes on and it flies. That's my idea. And then you have a limited number to do that to get to your, and I don't know what happens at the end. If you get to the end, then they're both happy. If you reuse all the hits before that, then maybe the cat breaks apart or something sad. Yeah. Okay. Thanks everyone for watching. I'll be back in maybe two hours, I would say. 1 hour, 2 hours, 2 hours, 1.5. Who knows? Merry life. Instead of Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, I say Merry life.